agenda ishita sit naligi panacha e kwagi. Excuse me. I got a phlegm that just won't come out. So with that, we can go to item number 3, reviewing and adopting the agenda. Samaya, Ms. Beverly Martinez, could you provide that particular aspect?
Good morning, everyone. I forward the documents received to our legal chief counsel. Agenda of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, February 10, 2021, 10 a.m., presiding Honorable Daniel Iso, Chairperson, Honorable Carla Russell Slater, Vice Chairperson, Place, Viva Telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. 5, receiving report. A, report on Navajo Nation Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan. B, report and follow-up review recap of Ombudsman position for nursing homes serving the Navajo Nation. C, discussion and review of legislation 0221-20 and action relating to Navajo Committee, amending the plan of operation for the Office of Miss Navajo. And discussion items are under that. December 17, 2020, December 17, 2020, referral motion from Navi Committee to HES for further discussion of all entities, including the Office of Speaker. December 17, directive to have the Office of Miss Navajo Nation work collaboratively with former Miss Navajos and Miss Navajo Council Incorporated for possible recommendation to legislation 0221-20. December 17, motion by Eugenia Charles Newton, second by Jimmy Yellowhair, Chairman Damon not voting. And then December 17, main motion held by Eugenia Charles Newton, second by Nathaniel Brown, vote pending. December 30th, receiving report provided to HES from Office of Miss Navajo Nation regarding legislation 0221-20. January 18, 2021, a public forum was held Monday, January 18, 2021 through live stream Zoom on social media and Facebook Live. The communication from Office of Speaker assisted the HES Committee on this initiative. The goal is to receive recommendations and input from former Miss Navajo Nations. The comments and input will be added to legislation 0221-20 for purposes of the plan of operations amendments for the Office of Miss Navajo. 6, old business. 7, new business, other. Consideration to schedule a special meeting with Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission on February 25th or February 26th. 8, close the meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Chair and members, the agenda has been written to the record.
Motion, Halona.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Motion. Do I have a second?
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, yeah, it's a chair. Oh, thank you for seconding the motion. Committee members, any discussion on the agenda that's read into the record?
Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Honorable Halona.
Yeah, Chair, did you, good morning, committee members and everybody on the line. Did you get that request? Are we going to go have an executive session when we get to that Miss Navajo Nation?
Again, yes, we got the request, and that's a decision of the committee.
Okay, so we're going to get to that request when we get to Miss Navajo. Is that how we're going to work it?
In that regard, let me refer that. Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbara, do we have to amend the agenda to also basically consider executive session under item 5C?
Thank you, Chairman So and Hess Committee. No, you don't need to amend your agenda. You already have the report or the discussion on your agenda. If during the discussion issues are raised that require an executive session, you can make that determination there through a motion. I would like to ask the committee to check their emails. I did send you an email this morning on the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Halona, your question? So we don't need to basically list it. So we can go forward. Committee members, any other items you want to put on the agenda? Going once. Twice. 3 times. Mr. Leonard Mosache, a roll call vote on adopting the agenda.
Star 6, Leonard.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Leonard, I think someone needs to mute your area. But this is Delegate Slater. I'll vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Sorry, having technical difficulties. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Hello?
Mr. Mose, when you get on the line, there's that echo. I think you had called for.
Can you hear me now, sir? Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, but the echo, the reverberation just keeps going. I know you called on Honorable Edison Wanika on how he wants to vote. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Chair.
Okay. I guess Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote on the agenda? Mr. Mose.
Chair, I'll vote green. This is Wanika.
Okay, great. Thank you. Committee members, let the record show that there is a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting. We'll go forward with that, and then we go to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. There being none, so we proceed straight to item number 5, receiving report. A, report on Navajo Nation Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan. So we have Mr. Brent Nelson and Ms. Pearl Lee with from Doty and the cyber team. Mr. Nelson and Ms. Pearl Lee, you have the teleconference floor.
Yes, good morning, Chair So, and then also the Navajo Nation Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council members. This presentation of the Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan is being made on behalf of the Navajo Nation Cyber Team. My name is Brent Nelson. I am the IT manager for Department of Diné Education here in Window Rock, Arizona, and I'd like to thank you for allowing us to present our Navajo Nation Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan, as we've been making these presentations through the subcommittees of the 24th Navajo Nation Council the past 2 weeks, and this is our last committee. I also wanted to request that during the questions and anytime during the presentation, that you'd be able to chime in, and if there's any questions or clarifications that's needed, we'll be able to provide those responses to you. But today's presentation is really summarized. There's a lot of details in the Middle Mile Strategic Plan, and those are all attached in the exhibits, and a more thorough detail as a plan is available. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and continue forward with the presentation of the Navajo Nation Broadband Plan. You have the agenda before you, and you guys, members, probably received the copy of the PowerPoint presentation. So I'm just going to go through the slides and speak to the agenda items that's listed before you. Slide 3, please. Here with the Navajo Nation Cyber Team, we want to thank all the members, first of all, for their planning efforts, their foresight, and their commitment to creating a plan to address a lot of our broadband needs and our challenges across Navajo Nation. As you can see on the slide, we have volunteer members contributing their efforts from legislative, executive, judicial branches of the Navajo Nation, and from our colleges, like NTU and Diné College. We also have collaboration from our external consulting entities like America's Communications, Infinity Communications, Magellan Advisors, and some other telecommunication providers. This is an ad hoc group that's open to the public and private entities. It is also recognized informally by the 24th Navajo Nation Council and Navajo Nation Office of the President and Vice President. Next slide, please. Here, we want to share some of the accomplishments related to broadband that the Navajo Cyber Team has put together. One, the Cyber Team has developed a final broadband middle mile strategic plan, which we're going to be reviewing today. They've also developed a draft of the Broadband Act. We've also submitted applications to the USAC FCC Administration Company for the 2020 E-rate funding year. And if approved through this funding, we're expected to receive over $50 million for the 90 chapters connecting fiber optics, including those are 53 Head Start locations. So it's at the pending stages of the FCC USAC funding review. But just 2 weeks ago, we did get our first notice of confirmed funding that has been received for USAC, and that one's for the Rama Pine Hill chapter. And the OSO Internet Solutions was awarded the contract. The Cyber Team has also issued another RFP for this next funding year for 2021 for the 20 hard-to-reach chapters. And at the end of the presentation, there are other additional accomplishments that are listed. Let's go ahead and go to slide 5, please. Here, we want to talk about the Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan and our partnership with Magellan Advisors, who have supported the Navajo Nation's broadband planning efforts since October of 2019. And with the engagement of their initiatives also included an evaluation assessment that was prepared by America's Communication. Our partnership with Magellan also developed on behalf of the Cyber Team and prepared the Navajo Nation Middle Mile Strategic Plan that we're discussing today, and if implemented, would ultimately deliver high-speed fiber-based telecommunication services across the Navajo Nation, which would include the chapter houses, the education, healthcare, public safety, and government facilities. Magellan's also in the process of developing a solicitation request for a public and private partnership to deliver last mile broadband services. Next slide, please. So here we have some planning assumptions. First, high-speed broadband is essential service to all Navajo tribal members. This has been made apparent and reinforced by the COVID-19 pandemic. Second, it will require the collaboration and partnership with Navajo enterprise organizations such as NTUA for their assets and for their technical support. The cyber team has not been able to engage with them as much as we would like. Another assumption is requiring collaboration and partnerships with eligible telecommunication carriers across Navajo. Such entities are Sacred Wind, again, N2AW, Frontier Communications, Cellular One. These are names that you're familiar with that provide service. Another initiative will require the support of the Navajo Nation committees, the Resource Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, Law and Order Committee, and Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. And then we also will require the support of the Navajo Land Department to coordinate accelerated approvals of right-of-ways and permits, tower access perhaps with vertical bridge, conduit and fiber with Arcadian Infracom. All these are important for deploying a network. So next slide, please. So let's look at some preliminary recommendations that we want to make today. First recommendation is that the Navajo Nation should develop its own middle mile network. I know that throughout the pandemic and dealing with a lot of terminology, I'm sure you're familiar with middle mile and last mile networks. But I also want to clarify a little bit of what middle mile network and also last mile network means. A middle mile network is really a transport data service that's from the internet operation centers connecting to the internet service points of presence. So really what that really means is that, what we're recommending or what we believe is that infrastructure should be fiber. And the last mile are the local service providers that provide connections to customer premises from a middle mile network. So, the last mile could be either wired or they could be wireless. These are, people that who support you and for who you pay your bills to. So that's considered the last mile network. The second recommendation is to improve operations and governance. We are strongly recommending the creation of a broadband office with funding from the Navajo Nation operating budget that will be dedicated to the deployment and operation of a new broadband network. We are also asking to formalize the cyber team as a broadband technology advisory group. Again, funding support from the Navajo operating budget. And finally, we're asking to strengthen the NNTRC regulatory with capabilities with respect to broadband. The third class of recommendation is to partner with providers to offer last mile customer broadband service, leveraging the middle mile network that we are recommending. And last, the benefits, of course, of a middle mile network is owned by the Navajo Nation. And all the detailed plan recommendations, of course, are outlined at the end of the presentation for your review. The next slide, please. So here, these next two slides, they depict the conceptual of what the Navajo Nation Cyber Team and Miguel are proposing for a new broadband middle mile network. At a high level, we have developed plan routes of where the fiber should go to touch all 110 chapters, over 2,200 miles of buried fiber, underground fiber, and the reason for this is to protect against any adverse weather and, of course, catastrophes. It will cover all government, education, health, public safety, and government sites. We assumed an all-new fiber build. The final design may slightly differ. Note that we're not connecting into any buildings here. We're just touching all 110 chapters. That's the essential aspect of the middle mile network. Now for the last mile, next slide, please. Here, with this illustration of the last mile delivery, we're assuming the wireless 2.5 gigahertz spectrum is used. As you know, NNTRC has secured the use of the spectrum over the entire Navajo Nation from the FCC. What we did is mapped out all 207 existing tower sites, which would be required to provide broadband speeds of 25.3. That's 25 megabits download speed and 3 megabits upload speed to all users using this spectrum. We also assume a 15-mile coverage radius around each tower. Of course, that's over 200 towers. So we see that we get the most complete coverage for the nation, except a little bit on the west and a little bit on the south. Of course, this is subject to topography and wireless propagation analysis, and the final design may slightly differ. There may be also other last mile delivery options. But what this would do if we were to deploy the project is that we would get almost complete coverage of the wireless delivery of broadband services to all households and residents and businesses on the nation. Slide 10, please. Here, we are proposing some additions to the organization, as you can see in this organizational chart. The blue entities denote existing organizations. The orange box here is the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. Their focus, of course, remains regulatory, but we're recommending that we expand and include regulations of broadband providers. The yellow box we're proposing here is a new entity. It's the creation of the broadband office, which would have its own dedicated resources devoted to broadband build and operation. It's a nice balance, we feel, in NTRC for regulation and broadband office for operations. We're not sure to whom it reports. Likely the executive branch could identify one of the existing or maybe other departments. We're not sure, but that's the red dash that you see reporting to OPVP. In the purple oval is the formalized cyber team. Again, we're recommending officially to be formalized as an entity referred to in the plan as the NMB tag, or the Broadband Technology Advisory Group, which would provide advice and guidance and technical opinion to the Navajo Nation Council, and also to the Office of the President, Vice President, to NTRC and the Broadband Office. And only Navajo Nation staff would be members. Consultants and other advisors would only join at the request of the Navajo Nation staff members. And then later in green, the cyber team recommends creation of a broadband cooperative to collaborate with Navajo and private communication providers to efficiently coordinate services and share plans. And then later in yellow on the far left is an accounting entity. This is not an organizational entity. It's basically a dedicated enterprise fund. So let's go to the next slide, please. Here, I want to highlight two important lessons learned from past experiences. We want to avoid any future missteps. The first lesson is that is important is to negotiate asset usage and service pricing agreements with other entities as early as we can, prior to the external funding being provided for the assets being committed. These agreements support the use of assets owned by existing entities over which, as Navajo, we have no direct control. We touched on one example earlier, the BTOP fiber owned by NTOA. While the Navajo Nation has the right to use the 12 strands, today there's no usage agreement in place and no agreements on pricing or offered services. The offer is still there, but this hasn't been formalized. The second example of this lesson is for E-rate funding. There are opportunities for providers to place additional fiber or conduit to be owned by Navajo Nation while the E-rate fiber is being placed. This is necessary because assets funded by E-rate is only used for schools, libraries, and Head Starts. So this has to be clearly understood. E-rate fiber is not permitted for use by chapters, for example. We need to start those discussions quickly. The second lesson, it is critical for to plan for federal funding early. It's very fresh in our minds of what happened in 2020. You know, the announcements of the CARES funding for the Navajo Nation was made in April, but final decisions were not made on allocations until October, and we all ran up against a spending deadline. We would like to avoid that in the planning of these grants, and we would like to do that by recommending that the nation start planning early, as soon as this month. Next slide, please. Here are some funding opportunities. Many of you are aware of HR 133, which is the Joint Appropriations and COVID-19 Relief Effort Bill that was enacted on December 27, 2020. It includes 4 major categories of broadband grant and funding sections, some dedicated to tribal nations. The details are here. First, I want to focus our attention on grants for broadband connectivity under Title IX, Section 905. It's for $1 billion and reserved for tribal nations. It will be on a first come, first served basis, of course. And an important planning point here is that there can only be one application per entity, and it's on a very tight timeline. So Navajo Nation must coordinate into a single grant application for the projects and the funds that is requesting for a set of broadband infrastructure initiatives. This is going to be a significant planning effort to prepare, of course, and for the broadband grant application. The timeline for the grant application is very tight, as we will see here in a few moments again. Section 904 is also very interesting because it provides over $3.2 billion nationwide to the U.S. in broadband subsidies. As long as there's a COVID-19 emergency, that's similar to Lifeline. A lot of good benefits and increases from today's levels, but it only addresses services where broadband is offered today. Again, in sections 902 and 903 are not as urgent, but are listed here for later reference. Section 903 provides funding for telehealth, which will likely be the interest of Department of Health. Section 902 will establish a new NTIA broadband office, connecting minority communities, which includes tribal entities. Both these programs are currently in design, but not urgent. Next slide, please. So here, we want to look at recommendations for our next steps to you today. First, we would like to finalize and obtain Council's acceptance of the Middle Mile Strategic Plan. We would like to complete that this month. Second, we'd like to ask for funding from fiscal year 2021 Navajo operating budget for the following efforts. First, to establish a broadband office as soon as possible, with dedicated resources to focus on operation and managing broadband and fiber infrastructure. We believe that the nation should subcontract additional services to experienced providers in the short term, while the nation goes through any hiring processes or additional resources that would be added to the newly formed office. Second, we want to formalize the cyber team as a BTAG entity. The Broadband Technology Advisory Group is defined in the Broadband Act. We'll touch on that in a bit, but it should not remain as an ad hoc entity. I think the cyber team has no authority today. Again, whenever possible, we should subcontract additional services on the margin if you can't hire them quickly. Third, is creating a detailed broadband grant projects list. This is very important to support grant applications under Section 905. This will include detailed scope statements along with detailed one-time and recurring cost estimates or sustainability. And fourth, we want to prepare the Navajo Nation grant application for broadband infrastructure. Remember, there can only be one application per entity, and time is of the essence. Next, we would like the council support for participation by Navajo enterprises, including NTUA, NTUAW. We would like to have discussions and shared resources and services, which would be very helpful. And finally, we would like to seek sponsors to draft appropriate supporting legislations for this initiative. Next slide, please. Next is the funding request that we're making to establish not only the broadband office, but also funding for the cyber team and the project initiatives for fiber infrastructure. So as you can see here, to establish a broadband office, we estimate that to be at $250,000. To formalize cyber team as a B tag, we estimate that to be at $120,000. And we also, to finalize the project scope and cost estimates in preparation for the 905 federal grant application, both one-time build and recurring support, which includes maintenance costs. And as many of you know, this is also known as sustainability costs. We estimate that to be at $100,000. We also want to request $60,000 to prepare for Section 905 grant applications and supporting due diligence efforts required by the federal government to develop a complete 20-year financial pro forma analysis. We also estimate another $50,000. While $580,000 may seem expensive, the Navajo Nation should really look at it as an investment. The other thing is that if the nation fails to take advantage of these federal broadband infrastructure grants, the nation will continue depending on commercial providers and a piecemeal approach to building necessary infrastructure, all at the provider's discretion. And missing this funding opportunity and continuing with the status quo may take years to catch up, if ever, leaving the Navajo Nation further behind. Second is having a broadband office, which will allow the nation to focus on broadband and fiber efforts. And we don't have to depend on part-time effort or service providers. And today, I think, we are challenged with, from our students and our households, that, they're still challenged with paying for services. So establishing such an environment would help us advocate on their behalf and for fiber initiatives. Excuse me. So I want to go back to the slide 15, please. Here we see one possible set of broadband infrastructure projects totaling, and this is a very rough estimate, $380 million. Suppose Navajo Nation asked for $450 million and received $380 million. That would be several hundredfold return of investment of the $580,000. Slide 17, please. Excuse me, let me take a drink of my water here. On this slide here, slide 17, please. On this slide here, we see the necessary urgency for the nation's actions. Again, first, let's recall that there can only be one application by the nation. Second, according to the enacted legislation, federal government will provide guidance on the grant application between January 26th and February 25th, at which point, they will outreach to Navajo if they haven't done already. Section 905 grant application must be submitted within 90 days of the published guidance. At best, the deadline, as we calculate, it suggests that a grant application must be completed and submitted by May 26th, before Memorial Day. The deadline date may be even sooner. If the dates do change, we have our partnerships with Magellan that will let us know. We should also note that the ETCs, Navajo Nation, are likely already planning on applying for this grant opportunity, and they may be approaching you in council and to OPVP. So I want to kind of go back to one example that we are all challenged with today, I think, within education, of addressing broadband challenges and affordability, and then also regards to distant learning and telework projects. So here on this slide is one detailed project example that we had compiled. Again, looking at distant learning and telework projects. We have a preliminary project cost estimate of $56.45 million. And this would leverage the Navajo's 2.5 gigahertz wireless spectrum and using existing tower infrastructure that already exists. But that may be owned by others. But the 2.5 gigahertz electronics, in our cost estimates are addressing receivers and transmitters that are estimated at $22 million for equipment and installation labor, as you can see on the slide. Attachment fees to tower owners are estimated at $800,000. We have assumed $4,000 for 200 towers. The project could also fund customer premise equipment to be installed in every Navajo home and business to utilize the spectrum to access broadband services. And we estimated that to be $60,000 units at $300 per unit, or $18 million. The project would also include design, engineering, and construction of another 150 miles of fiber, and that is estimated at $15.65 million. Again, the project would provide distant learning and telework technology to almost all Navajo children and students. The project would also help satisfy NNTRC's license obligations to offer services to large segments of the nation. There may also be other revenue opportunities by asking sub-licensing of the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum to NTUAW and to Sacred Wind to use the Navajo Nation electronics that we are proposing. Of course, all of this is subject to engineering analysis in some areas, and then minimizing problems related to the Navajo Nation topography. We want to emphasize that this example is a preliminary estimate. Of course, the financial and engineering details must be completely assessed with NNTRC, with Land Department, and with tower owners and NNDIT and others. But discussions like these on all projects will require effort, time, and labor. Those services are what's all entailed in the $100,000 that we were requesting. Here is due to the time constraints that we were allowed to present, we have attached some exhibits to the presentation and to the package that you received. Exhibit A summarizes other cyber team accomplishments. Exhibit B, as you can see going down the list there, is benefits of the Navajo Nation-owned Middle Mile initiative. I want to go back to slide 29, please. Here on this slide, as you can see, is a table of cost estimates of a new middle mile network at approximately $525 million. As you can see, estimated $444 million in fiber outside plant, including $300 million in the new fiber backbone construction, which includes labor and materials. $111 million for lateral construction, labor and materials, and $32 million for outside plant design, permitting labor, plus permit fees. So this is really a high-level cost estimate that we wanted to share with you in terms of all the capital components that would have fiber build outs across Navajo Nation. Next slide, please. Exhibit E lists cost savings opportunities through asset sharing and use agreements with others that could significantly reduce the cost of new construction. Again, however, without discussions with those asset owners, we're unable to estimate savings at this time. Again, going through the exhibits, F provides more detail on each of the recommended next steps we reviewed earlier. Slide 32, please. Here I want to spend at least 2 minutes on the Broadband Act on the last on this slide, which summarizes the Broadband Act. The act is in draft legislation that includes defining a framework for formalizing governance, oversight, and operational entities for broadband activities on Navajo Nation. We saw some of the changes on the organizational chart that we reviewed earlier. The draft legislation also increases an NTRC's regulatory authority over broadband. We also want to create a broadband cooperative, and also suggesting changes to the Navajo Nation Code to support broadband, especially in Titles 21, Utilities and Communications, 6 in Community Development, and 16 in Land. The Act also is recommending some policy changes to support dig once and utility corridors. And we also want to expand rural addressing support. And finally, the Act, again, is awaiting feedback from NNTRC. Once we get feedback and updates, we want to incorporate that into the Act and come back soon to the committees and provide the presentation of the Broadband Act. So again, thank you for your time, and we'd be glad to answer any questions, Chair So, and also to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee.
Sheila. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Committee members, do you have any questions? Let's establish a motion and a second to accept the report. And then after that, we can ask questions.
Motion, Halona?
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Motion is recognized.
Second, Wanika.
Sheila Satsile. Second by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Okay, committee members. Questions?
Quick question, Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Honorable Halona.
Okay. Hey, good morning, everybody online, and Mr. Nelson, good to hear your voice. It's been a while. Thank you for that report. It was, as usual, it's long and has a lot of information that's hard to understand. But moving forward, you mentioned that you guys didn't have any authority, and how is the cyber team, how was it put together is what my question is. I was wondering, and how hard would it be to get some authority? Who do you guys report to also? That's my couple of questions I had right now, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. I guess there was a lot of questions on, a lot of presentation about needing to amend certain codes. And Ms. Barbara, respective of that, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I do have a couple of questions right now. So on my first question is, I'm looking at slide 16. Oh, and by the way, for the record, this is Chief Legislative Counsel, Dana Bobroff. I am looking at slide 16, which talks about the 133, and it looks like the grant submission deadline, if I'm reading this right, the earliest would be April 26th. The latest might be May 26th, if I have that correct. So my question to the presenters is, right now you do not have there's not a plan of operation for a broadband office, there's not a broadband act, those types of things. So who is working right now on putting together the grant application, or who will be? And so who will be the primary on the grant application? That will be my first question. Second question is, on all the legislation requests, keep in mind that it all has to go through Office of Legislative Counsel. We have not received anything recently. The last quasi-broadband act legislation we request, the act itself was just nonsensical as far as its drafting. I do not know who drafted it, but both the Department of Justice and Office of Legislative Counsel had to reject it for not being legally sufficient. So my question goes to the fact is, the establishment of the plan of operations, the funding request, all of this stuff, is that being drafted by the Department of Justice, or are they working on that with you? I think, Chairman, so those would be my original, my first questions. I might have a follow-up or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. So back to the presenters. Mr. Nelson, basically,
followed by pound.
Honorable Halona's question, as well as the two questions from Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Bobroff. Just now ask Mr. Nelson. You have the teleconference floor.
Thank you again, Chair and also to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. I do have, as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, I have members of the cyber team also on the call to help me answer some of the questions that was posed by Honorable Halona and then also Jenna Barbaroff. And we also do have our consultants, Magellan Online, to provide some of the questions and responses. So as an agent, I would like to request to have one of my cyber team members provide response to Honorable Halona's question regarding authority, and that's Mr. Norbert Nez. Thank you.
Mr. Nez, you have the conference floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh,
okay. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to address the committee. As far as the question regarding the authority, the ad hoc committee was formally introduced with NABI's legislation NABI-MY-2619, and based on that resolution, the cyber team or the ad hoc committee was established and tasked with coming up with these plans that we're presenting before you today. And we're making our way back to Nabi, who was the one that created the team, the ad hoc committee, and we're basically reporting on what has been accomplished to date. The plan that was called for has been completed, and we're providing an overview of those plans. And we're also letting the council know that there's certain things that the council needs to help out, with this effort to really make it go forward. So that's what that's all about, as far as the what the ad hoc committee is doing. We just call ourselves the cyber team, and what we're doing here today. Thank you.
Chair, so this is Brent. I know that there's questions that were also presented by Ms. Barbara, and we'd like to respond. You can give us that time also. Thank you.
Go ahead. You have the teleconference floor.
Okay. Thank you again. Regarding the act and the HR 133 bill question in regards to who we're working with and who's putting this application together on behalf of the Navajo Nation. I have our consultants here also online, Mr. Joseph Corella, who can help me really provide the answers that Ms. Barbara is also seeking. So Joseph, if you're online, please chime in and provide feedbacks to the House Bill 133 regarding slide 16. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe, good afternoon, good morning. There are two questions I thought I heard. First, on HR 133, the section 905 question on the tribal broadband. The Honorable Kealan Begay is drafting legislation to provide some funding for the work efforts in preparation for the aggressive timeline for the tribal broadband grant, that $1 billion pool of funds that is referenced. We believe, this may change, but we believe that by the end of February 25th, the rules on those grants will be finalized, and there are 90 days from that date for which the nation will have to submit a completed grant application. So the $100,000 that Mr. Nelson referred to is to support the planning effort to put together a comprehensive list of all projects that the Navajo Nation desires. We're including working with eligible telecommunications providers, with all the internal groups for public safety, for health, for education, et cetera. So we are holding regular meetings. Legislation should be coming to each of the committees very shortly on this because it's a very aggressive timeline. So no lead entity has yet been named who will be driving the efforts to do the analysis and prepare the grant application, but that is coming shortly. If I may, I believe there was a second question asked by Ms. Bobroff regarding the Broadband Act. There is a much more recent draft of the Broadband Act. I do not know that it has been shared with OLC or DOJ yet. We are waiting feedback from NNTRC. However, we would be more than pleased to share the current draft with you, Ms. Bobroff, through either Mr. Nelson or Ms. Lee for your review. We think it has been improved, but we are looking for feedback from OLC, from DOJ, and also from NNTRC to see if it's satisfactory. We can get that to you in the next day, if not later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Correa. Mr. Nelson. Ms. Barbara, follow-up question?
I have a couple of, I'm not sure they're questions, but I think information would be helpful. To begin with, the request for legislation for funding, our office does not have a request, as far as I know, for any type of funding for this. That funding request will need, of course, to be have budgets and such attached. So that one of the determinations is where that funding will go. Who will that? What account number is that funding going to go to? I would make a suggestion is that coming up in the next couple of weeks, even I think starting on Friday, there are UUFB legislations being heard by council and going through the committees. So I would recommend that you pull your budgets together, get them signed, get them ready to go as soon as possible, either in an effort either to make an amendment to one of the UUFB legislations or to start start a separate legislation. And don't forget that because this is UUFB, you have to include, I think it's Appendix K, which is the supplemental funding request. Entities always leave that out. So anyway, I do not have any legislation pending for funding. And in my experience, if you're dropping brand new legislation, you can look at a month to 6 weeks to get that through all of the committees and to council. I am pleased to know that you have revised the Broadband Act, and yes, please send me drafts of anything that you think would be helpful so we can get an advance effort going. That should quicken things. One of the questions, I think the immediate question is if the grant application is submitted and the nation is awarded funding, if that takes place before the broadband office is established, because that will, of course, require legislation, and I presume it's going to require, looking at the plan of operations, that will require council legislation. So my question is if that broadband office is not established before the nation receives the funding, what entity currently existing on the nation is going to be responsible for implementing that funding? Those would be my two follow-up questions or statements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Back to Mr. Nelson and to your panel to answer Ms. Barbara's questions.
Thank you again, Chair So, and then also Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. And thank you too, again, Ms. Barbara, for your recommendations and support of legislation and your proposals and what to include with our request. I also have Joe Corella again. It's going to be it's part of the cyber team and the consultants that want to answer the question in terms of the grant application. So Joe, if you can please provide the input, please, or response. Thank you.
Brent, this is Norbert. Can I answer that?
Sure, Norbert. You can too. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. As far as Ms. Bobroff's question regarding who's going to be the one that receives the grant funds and manages it, I believe the cyber team right now is trying to set up a meeting with the 3 branch chiefs to discuss this very issue, because the cyber team is made up of IT professionals from the many different departments, across the Navajo Nation. So, we want to come to an agreement that since there's only one application allowed from the Navajo Nation, we want to make sure that the right office is chosen to take the lead on this. So that will be coming up in the near future. Thank you.
And Brent, if I may add.
Sure, Joe.
Go ahead,
Norbert,
Mr. Correa.
Thank you very much. Norbert, thank you for that. Ms. Bobroff, first off, we will send you a copy of the act as you request. Second, on the designated entity, I think the Navajo Nation itself will be the formal grant applicant. As Norbert suggests, which existing entity will be taking the lead on that will be determined in the very near future. The most important question is not to miss the window for the grant application, and your observation, I believe, is correct. It will take longer to formally establish a broadband office as opposed to the urgency of getting the grant application prepared. So it is highly likely, following Norbert's comment, that it will be one of the existing entities that exists today, yet to be determined. But the need for the grant will supersede the ability for a plan of operations to be developed for the broadband office and get approved all the way through council. So we will follow the lead of the 3 branch chiefs, and when that decision is made, I'm sure that will be incorporated into the draft legislation being prepared. Thank you.
Committee members, any follow-up questions? If not, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Nez, and Mr. Correa. Did I hear that you wanted the fiber optics to be in the ground? And what precipitates that decision? And could it not be strung overhead much in the way the power lines run? That would be one question.
Honorable or Chair So, do you want me to provide a response, or do you have other questions?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Honorable, so thank you again for the question. I do have some engineers on my cyber team that can provide that feedback regarding your fiber optics in the ground question, and also stringing overhead compared to stringing overhead using existing power poles. Cyber team, is there anybody who wants to answer the engineering question regarding Honorable So's question?
Brent, I can answer that.
Thank you, Norbert.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. As far as the chair's question, the underground fiber is more desirable because it's protected by the ground, doesn't move, and the sunlight is shining on it. So the overhead power line.
I decided that line was too much to deal with, so I just went to cut it.
I'm sorry, someone's talking in the background. But so the overhead strung fiber is more prone to damage because it's out in the open. The wind blows it around, the sun shining down on it and breaking apart the sheathing and all this stuff. So it has a much lower life expectancy than the buried cable. So that's why the cyber team is recommending buried cable for much longer life. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess a real elementary question, fiber optics, meaning the optics part, meaning either glass or light. Can you explain the exact aspect of fiber optics?
Sure. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So the term fiber optics refers to the material that the cable is made out of. It contains many strands of glass fibers, so fiberglass, basically, really thin strands of it that's flexible, so it can be wound up and strung across different, surfaces and structures, So, and then the electronics on either end, they send pulses of light, or in this case, lasers, through the fiber optics, and that's where the optics comes in from. So the light, the laser travels along the fibers from one end to the next, and that's how the signal gets transmitted. Thank you.
Yes, and that was just for clarification for everybody, because once that's understood, then I think you really are able to stand on that particular item. And I guess the other aspect from the chair's perspective, the cyber team develop a recommendation. Which entity will be the lead agency to submit a grant application? Which entity would be the entity to receive the funds? And then the other is this plan of operation to establish the broadband office. Who's the actual one that's going to put that legislation? And that way, Mr. T. Allen Begay or any one of the HES members could sponsor. Otherwise, if you just say, we want OLC, Office of Legislative Counsel, to draft it, then you need to have documents. And then the other aspect is with the New Mexico legislature, Senator Michael Padilla, chair of the Senate Education Committee, has sponsored broadband legislation to fund rural communities in New Mexico, and that's inclusive of the Eastern Navajo and the portions of Northern Navajo chapters, the 51 or 52 chapters. So please take a look at that, and from there then provide some comments that we could submit on behalf of Navigiatit to support that initiative by Senator Michael Padilla. And right now, there's so many irons in the fire. I don't have that particular legislation number. So, but I'll have my legislative district assistant, Mr. Mario Atencio, email that to you, Mr. Nelson. Ayla.
Thank you again, Chair So, and then also Health, Education, and Human Services Committee for the recommendations that you had provided to us today, Honorable So. We are, keeping track of the broadband legislation through the state of New Mexico from Doty's side, and we are providing advocacy and support to ensure that we get to address broadband connectivity challenges for our students. We know where the needs are based on some of the feedback that we have gotten throughout this whole pandemic. Kind of going back into the education sector, that there's challenges for our students to stay online, due to poor connectivity in certain areas. So the legislation and the government-to-government relationships that's established, creates those funding opportunities. And of course, there's also other grants such as the GEAR funding that we're also have applied for with the state of New Mexico, and that's also using the 2.5 wireless spectrum that we had mentioned earlier. So I think there's continued opportunities to address a lot of our broadband challenges, and one of the main things with this whole initiative is really addressing the middle mile initiative, really laying that foundation across the Navajo Nation. It seems like a lot of our initiatives that we're working on today are really last mile initiatives, and today, it's mainly because the grants that are available, the funding that's available, they have time frames and there's due dates available. So that kind of creates that urgency of what can we do in the quickest fashion. But again, there's opportunities that are available out there, and we want to have the nation seek these dollars. I think we're today, our main goal is really to establish what is known as digital equity. We want to have a say in telecommunications. We should have a say in pricing. I think a lot of our students and our families are being challenged today with affording connectivity to support not only our students in getting online, but also telecommuting. With all of our Navajo Nation health orders, we're really keeping our families and our safe at home. But again, this is just one recommendation and a solution to have really the Navajo Nation provide those resources and really to address some challenges and really seek those opportunities. So thank you again for those recommendations, Chairman So.
Sheila, Ms. Barbroff, any follow-up questions? And then committee members, any follow-up?
Thank you, Chair. This is Ms. Bobroff. I think the questions I have for now have been answered. Thank you, everyone.
Sheila, Ms. Barbroff, thank you. Committee members, if there are no other questions. No. Going once.
Chair Colonna?
Oh, Honorable Halona.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And again, thank you, committee members. Chair, am I still on?
Oh, We're patiently waiting.
Just real quick, Mr. Nelson, I was part of your presentation is to establish a cyber team office. It's always been view that all the connectivity that's going to happen on the reservation should be channeled under one authority, because right now I know there's one the state of New Mexico had $50,000 or $50 million, I understand. I don't know if that's still in place to put broadband services out to all the Head Start communities, to Head Start. And then there's that other fiber optic that's being laid or proposed being laid to run across the Navajo Nation. I think that was Highway 190. And then also the road from 264 all the way out to Tuba City. So there's a bunch of projects that I know. And so is this an effort to build this office so that we can run all our broadband services through one entity? Because there's several across the nation that are being proposed and being worked on. Like I said, it's my intuition by that I would rather have all the cyber team and all the projects, fiber optic, broadband connectivity need to go through one office. That's how I see it. Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Halona. And that specifically was Miss Barbara's concern, and so that is basically the broadband office with the establishment of a plan of operation. So that's what we need the cyber team to go forward with, Mr. Halona. Hotela committee members, anybody else? If not, then Mr. Mose, Mr. Che, roll call vote to accept the report. Mr. Nelson, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Nez, and Mr. Carrillo, thank you for the presentation, and thank you to the rest of the cyber team. And basically, the committee is supportive of the effort, and we want to get this thing rolling as fast as we can. It's sorely needed.
Chair, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Sir Che.
Hi, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Paul Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Chair, I vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Committee members, to let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Again, thank you to the cyber team.
Thank you again, Chair So, and then also the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee for our time to present. Thank you again.
Ms. Martinez, that brings us to item 5B. Could you let's see, I'm trying to pull it up.
Item, yeah, okay.
Report and follow-up review, recap of OMSBUD position for nursing homes serving the Navajo Nation. Miss Ramona Antonez, Dr. Jill Jim, Dr. Raphaelia Fowler, Rashida Toddy, and there was Miss Leonora Henderson, and there was a new young lady. I can't remember her name right now. You have the teleconference floor.
Yat Abin, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, and Ms. Martinez, Ms. Barbaroff. Patient to conduct this report. My name is Ramona Antonez, and I'm Director and Senior Epidemiologist at the Navajo Epidemiology Center. Recognize the team of persons who are also on the call. And by way of introduction, I'd like to introduce myself. She'eya Tobahan Nishnado Iroquois Naide Bashashin Okadene Dashache Nana Iroquois Naide Dashanala Leitanaz Basade Ayisanasha, and it's a privilege to be here with you today. I'm not certain if Dr. Jim is on the call. I did touch base with her this morning. She has multiple commitments and calls going on throughout the entire day. So please let me, recognize that she may be on the call. I'll go look for her as well. And then I also would like to do a hand over to my colleague here at the Navajo Department of Health. Ms. Jones, would you please introduce yourself? Thank you.
Thank you, Ramona. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. She Valerie Jones and Shia Tobahan Nashnado Ashia Bashachin, Twitchin Dashachedo, but Ane Dashanella, Adani G Sunday is Nasha. Adadi Anidonda. Shikihati Need, Health Services Administrator for the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support Program. So I'm, to my second month of employment here. And as far as the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program in Arizona, it's contracted through various area agencies. And within Arizona, there are 8 regions. And Region 1, there's Maricopa County. Region 2, Pima County. Region 3, Yavapai, Coconino, Navajo, and Apache counties. Region 4, Mojave, La Paz, Yuma counties. Region 5, Pinal and Gila counties. Region 6, Cochise, Graham, Greenlee, Santa Cruz counties. And Region 7 is our region, Navajo Nation. And then Region 8 is the Intertribal Council of Arizona, and they serve 21 tribal nations. Now, all these these ombudsmen are located in these regional parts of Arizona. And these ombudsmen are employed by offices of the Area Agency on Aging. And the Office of Arizona State Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program oversees, the ombudsman programs in the state of Arizona. And all direction comes from the Office of the State Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program. And with Navajo Nation, in terms of our ombudsman, We do not have a position, as I understand. In 2015, the position was advertised, but was abolished because no one had applied at the time. And so since that position has been vacant, but I'm currently working on the PCQ, the position classification questionnaire, and having the state of Arizona review that and then get their approval. And I have their approval as of yesterday around 5:00 p.m. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and move that forward to the Department of Personnel Management and get their approval and hopefully have that advertised here soon and look to interview someone and get the person on board, as soon as possible.
Mr. Chair and members of the Health and Services Committee, thank you, Ms. Jones, for your introduction and your report back to the committee. We just want to recap on what our understanding of the issues were from last week's report, and what we identified were including issue 1 is who's the administrative oversight of the Navajo elder clients that are referred to Border Town Nursing Home and Elder Care Centers, including the Navajo Nation, County, and State. Issue 2 that we were able to identify after we were debriefed and huddled among our team is, are our precious elder relatives safe in these facilities? And issue 3 is the ombudsman position at the Navajo Department of Health, Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support Services. Those are the recalls that we have. And we want to say thank you to Ms. Jones. Also to the committee, we do want to report that we met with our team here, and we were able to understand better and report back to the committee's interest on the ombudsman position. And then I'm not certain who else on the team may be calling in. And Mr. Chair, I would like to turn the floor back over to you for any questions and or not certain about introductions of others on the call. Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Antonez. Again, thank you, Ms. Valerie Johnson, did you say?
Jones, sir.
Jones. Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry, my notes are
It's
all
okay.
scribbled. Thank you. I guess the main thought right now is in the funding that comes from the Arizona Department of Economic Security. Is there a funding document, or is there a contract?
Yes, sir, there is. We do have a contract, and the position is funded through Arizona DES.
Okay. Could you furnish a copy of that contract to the committee and
Yes.
to Office of Legislative Counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess that's the main aspect. And currently, since we don't have an ombudsman, does the Arizona Department of Economic Security have authority, if requested by the Navajo Nation, to go visit these off-reservation care sites?
Yes, Chair, thank you for that question. The Navajo Nation Ombudsman can visit facilities off the Navajo Nation if requested. Their primary focus will be, the facilities on Navajo Nation. And at this point, it looks like it's just the Chinle Nursing Facility and the assisted living facility in Hopi. So yes, our ombudsman will visit regularly those facilities on the Navajo Nation. But if there's a call off the reservation, then our ombudsman can, make that arrangement. And they'll most likely all be in contact with, we meet regularly with the state of Arizona, or I do anyway, in terms of being an administrator for the aging and long-term care program here.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. I guess my main question is, since we don't have the ombudsman position filled, does a request for investigation, where does it go? Who is it handed to? Within Doltex, within the Department of Health, where does that request for an investigation go? Since the Department of Economic Security is the main funding agency, does that request go to them?
Thank you, sir. I'll have Ramona also, give her insight into this as well. So I'll answer, to my best ability here. As far as, the ombudsman position and not having one, we are working with the other regional ombudsman representatives. And we have been in talks with the Intertribal Council of Arizona. They have been letting me know of some of the issues that have been going, some of the issues that are being reported by our Navajo Nation tribal members. So I also have been working with the Division of Social Services, Arizona Long-Term Care System, and they oversee all of the individuals that are in nursing facilities. They actually have case managers that visit and, follow up on our tribal members that are in nursing care facilities, assisted living care facilities. So these are individuals that are on the Arizona Medicaid program. And I think Ramona is also reaching out to health departments with the state of Arizona to coordinate and quality of care team.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. This is Ramona. In addition to our reply, it is our understanding that due to the long-term care facility of question, we would refer the investigation to the local county health department for investigation. It is our understanding that the investigation did take place, and to that local jurisdiction. So, Mr. Chair, that would be the local authorities' responsibility for that particular investigation. Thank you.
Okay. Committee members, do you have any questions? There being none, I guess the other part Miss Jones, you said you were on special assignment. If that can occur at that level, can somebody within the Department of Health also be given a special assignment to be the ombudsman for the Navajo Nation? Miss Antonez, Miss Jones, and then even Dr. Fowler and Miss Resita Toddy. That would be my question to the whole panel.
Thank you, Chair. I will have to get approval through Dr. Jim, and we could determine what we can work out here.
Chairman So, this is Resita Toddy.
Oh, Miss Toddy, thank you for being on the call. You have the teleconference floor.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and others that are on the panel. With respect to a special assignment, there is a provision in the personnel policy should there be a need to have someone be placed on special assignment to fulfill the duties and responsibilities of the ombudsman position. That can be done. That would be through a request from the department manager, I believe Ms. Jones, as well as Dr. Jim. And that can be done by memo. And if Dr. Jim feels that it would be best to have Ms. Jones fill that capacity, she can also assign her that responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toddy.
Shanantai, this is Wayne Clough from the Navajo Land Nursing Home.
Oh, yeah, it's a chile.
So we're listening here with my social worker. The only reason why we're online is we're very concerned because we don't have a ombudsman for the last 5, going on 6 years now. We're concerned basically because when we do send IHS, we have a MOA with IHS. Anytime that the residents, elders get worse for any specialized area, when they're sent out, the doctors recommend from IHS to be sent to certain nursing homes that specialize in certain areas that we don't specialize in. When that happens, we did send some to Winslow, and they kept them there for rehab. And we did lose some that was supposed to come back to our facility. So that's one of the reasons why we're very concerned that we need to have a person that can fill that position. And I have Haskelina Begay, she's the social worker here that I know works very close with the ombudsmans, and she has made calls to the state office by the name of lady of Lisa Polak. She has contacted her numerous times, but the only thing they could do with us was talk on the phone. They're not allowed to come out to this area. So they never visit our facility, and the only thing they could advise us from was through phone. So I'm going to go ahead and give Haskelina the floor to maybe cover a little more things why we're very concerned, because we got to have one here on the Navajo Nation. Excuse me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Hasquena Begay, team. I just want to thank each and every one of you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak with you guys. And for the nursing home in Chinle, the ombudsman, what we deal with is family complaining and what the ombudsman should be able to do, and if the ombudsman's help and the fees for the ombudsman. But the family are notified that it can be done with our policies here with the grievance policy that we follow. And we send it to the state of Arizona to Lisa Pollock. But like Wayne said, she just calls us back and tells us that this is not her jurisdiction. So we do the investigation here ourselves, and just to give the family comfort and that their family members are being taken care of and that the complaints are being dealt with. But it would be very helpful to fulfill this position as soon as possible with you guys' help. And the families do ask that if the services are free, and with the Navajo Nation, according to my knowledge, that the ombudsman is a free services that's provided to the elderly through the assisted living and also through long-term care. And with Lisa Pollock's help, we get a lot of answers, our questions answered, and a lot of relief to the family members. So Lisa is from the Arizona State, so that's who we tend to work with. But she tells us that she's not allowed to come onto the Navajo reservation, so it would be very beneficial to get an ombudsman for the Navajo Nation to work closely with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Begay, Cecilia, Mr. Claw. I guess the other is, and I failed to include the Division of Social Services for the committee's information. In social services case management for some of the elderly, they're placed through social services to the elderly care sites, both on the nation and in border towns. And so the social worker that does the placement then has an ability to go visit those clients. And what I think we basically also need to hear is from Division of Social Services to, I guess, provide their aspects on both oversight, regulatory responsibilities. So with that, committee members, do you have any questions? For myself, from the chair, to lose 40 elderly Navajo, it's a great loss. And if this committee, if the Navajo Nation Council doesn't do their trust responsibility, it's a great humanitarian loss. And that's why we're trying to get this ombudsman issue addressed as quickly as possible. And for the folks on the line, the committee is going to meet with Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission to see how we can engage the Human Rights Commission to also exercise some authorities and responsibilities of the commission to address the issue that has come to the delegates. I guess the other part, Ms. Antonez, Ms. Jones, let's also look at the authorities in New Mexico. From New Mexico, there's again monies received, and please provide the committee with a report respective of funding that would go to an ombudsman position, as well. Look at the state of Utah. There are funding that comes or should come to the nation, much like happens in Arizona and New Mexico. With that, committee members, if there's no questions, Ms. Martinez, did I establish a motion?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, what are your wishes on this particular report?
Delegate Paul Badeo, motion to accept the report.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Paul Begay motions to accept the report. Committee members, do I hear a second?
Second, Winika.
Sheila Satilla, Honorable Edison J. Winika seconds. Any other questions, discussion? So with that, Ms. Jones and Ms. Antonez, respective, see what we can do to establish a memo to provide for a special assignment to so that the duties and responsibilities of an ombudsman can be established as well. And then make sure that we do make sure there's funding available and to reestablish that position within the Department of Health. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Members of the committee, this is Ramona. If I may address the committee once again. In this report, I would just like to also state that in order for Ms. Jones to effectively and efficiently move forward in establishing the ombudsman position here at the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support, it's important that we have cooperation and expedited review from the Division of Personnel Management. With Ms. Toddy on the phone, I'd like to make that request to her team that of all the priorities that we have here on Navajo, which there are many, and I understand with the workload, may be great I just ask that when you see this reporting coming, this request, the PCQ, come through your office to please pay special attention would be my request and to the committee as we work to demonstrate our collaboration with one another to help meet this gap of need here on the Navajo Nation. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that is my suggested addition. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Antones. And yes, if we could get everybody to put this as a first priority item. Again, it's a great loss of human life that could have been prevented. And it's, we can't get that back. And so going forward, we have to do as much as possible to make sure it does not continue. That there has to be proper care for our dear Navajo elders. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Antones, for requesting that. Committee members, any other statement? If not, then Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please, to accept the report.
Aye, sir. Paul Begay Jr.
I vote green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
That's what happened this morning. I know. When it was yours?
Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Sache. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and also let the record show that Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater is participating in the national budget formulation consultation by teleconference. So Honorable Vice Chair Slater is excused. Ho'otela committee members, Ms. Antones, Ms. Jones, Ms. Toddy, thank you for participating in this portion of our agenda. Ho'otela. So now we go to item 5C, discussion and review of legislation 0221. And with that, we have staff from the Office of the Speaker, Ms. Melinda Sioko. We have Ms. Benali, and then, so we're at this point, committee members. We have a directive to basically come up with recommendations and we've listened to the former title holders of Miss Navajo as well. And at some point in time, we're going to have to come up with some recommendations to send back to the NABI. And with that, the committee members. Ms. Martinez, I guess specifically, give us the details. Miss Marla Billy and Miss Angela Barney-Nez, they were going to provide documents to the committee regarding some of the comments that they had put forth, and have that been provided to the committee.
Mr. Chair, it was sent out at 10:21 a.m. this morning. The comments from Miss Billy to committee members, and I did send one to Chief Legislative Counsel as well, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Miss Melinda Sioko. You have the teleconference floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman So, members of the Health and Education Human Services Committee. This is Melinda from the Speaker's Office. I'm on the call, sir.
Okay.
Did you want me to give a brief overview, or I'm sorry, what was the question?
Yes, if you could, I guess, provide an overview, and then also kind of the assignment that we are all given. What is, I guess, a real expectation, and what is a timeline to where we would present a report back to the Navajo Committee regarding the recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman So, for this opportunity to be able to discuss some of the initiatives and directives that were given in terms of legislation 221-20. That is the legislation that we are discussing in terms of the former Miss Navajo Nations to provide information and recommendations to this legislation in specific. And so just to talk a little bit about the background in terms of what was discussed, I just wanted to mention that this legislation is here at the Health, Education and Human Services Committee. However, it is scheduled to go back to the Navajo Committee for final consideration and approval. And so on January 18th, there was a forum that took place via social media, as well as live streamed. And in that forum, it was a 3-hour discussion with the Health, Education, Human Services Committee members, as well as the former Miss Navajos who were able to be on the call and provided some oral testimonies and information on their thoughts to this legislation in terms of the amendment for the plan of operations for the Office of Miss Navajo. And so this forum was a directive that was given by the Navajo Committee during the December during the December 30th meeting that was held, I need to look back on the date for that, but it was Nabiq that directed this legislation to go back to the HESI committee, and therefore the forum took place with HESI's oversight and guidance on January 18. And so if the committee refers to the documents that were submitted by Ms. Marla Billy, former Miss Navajo Nation, there were comments and recommendations that were submitted by a few former Miss Navajos just a couple of days ago. And these comments are directly, they're directly addressing the amendment to the plan of operations for the Office of Miss Navajo, as well as other areas of concern and issues, and then also recommendations and moving forward in terms of mission statement, and other areas that the former Miss Navajos felt that they wanted to provide their input on. And so this is now in front of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee for consideration in terms of incorporating the former Miss Navajo's comments into the legislation, Legislation 221-20. And so it would be then up to this committee on taking the consideration and recommendations from the former Miss Navajos and providing the language to the Office of Legislative Counsel in terms of the legislation itself. And so this is where we are right now, Chairman So and Vice Chair Slater and members of the HESI committee. If there are any other questions or comments, I'll be on the call to answer any of the other recommendations, or if you need me to elaborate further on anything else pertaining to this legislation. But other than that, the directive, again, from the Nabiq Committee was to get direct input and recommendations from the former Miss Navajo Nations for this legislation. So thank you. Yeah.
Oh, I was on mute, so thank you, Miss Sioko. Committee members. And Ms. Martinez, did we establish that we were going to address some of this on a meeting on February 15th, was it?
I was told to put it back on the agenda today for discussion and review only. And then committee report will come back later at another meeting, Mr. Chair. And
okay.
the document went out to the committee members this morning.
I guess the main item is the other is the questions revolving around, for me, from the chair's perspective, there was an executive order signed by President Begay within the Gay-Nez administration, placing...
I'm sorry. February 15th was the scheduled date that was voted on, but it was a holiday, President's Day, so we changed it back to February 10th, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. One of the questions that I really had, and basically is President Begay signed an executive order taking the office of Miss Navajo and putting it under the OPVP from out of human resources. And my question basically is that executive order still valid? Because we are under a new administration. And Ms. Martinez, did we ever receive a copy of that executive order that was signed by President Begay?
The only thing I have is the legislation itself, 221. At this time, Mr. Chair, I have to research it.
Okay. All right, and furnish that executive order to Legislative Council as well as to the committee members, because I think that plays a role in how we proceed. The other is at this time, Ms. Carletta Benali serves as an agent to Honorable Speaker Seth Damon's legislation. Ms. Benali, I'll afford you some time to speak to the committee.
Mr. Chair, does Ms. Benali have a copy of that executive order? Carletta?
Ms. Benali.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello?
You'll have to speak louder or turn up the volume.
Okay. Good afternoon.
On your
Can you
device.
hear me now? Can you hear me now? Chairman, so can you hear me now?
It's very muffled.
Okay. Let me try something else. Now, can you hear me now?
A little bit better, yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. If at some point I sound like I'm shouting, I apologize. It's just the volume on my screen. Good afternoon, committee members of the Health Education and Human Service Committee members. Executive order. Last year on January 6th of 2020, this office was transferred back from Division of Human Resource back under to the Office of the President and Vice President. And yes, we do have the documentation. I do believe that Dr. Fowler may have the same documentation that may be available to. I'm pretty certain that the Office of the President and Vice President also has documentation of this. The change in the location for this administration. So in answering that question, yes, we do have documentation of this. Although the second matter is Chairman So, with the documents that were recently provided by the former Miss Navajo Nation committee, I do believe this legislation bears more scrutiny. There are propose actions or changes to the plan of operation that bears more scrutiny, and making sure we have to make sure that it complies with the Navajo Nation policies and procedures for the executive branch, because this office is a recognized program. The Office of Miss Navajo Nation is a recognized program that is well established under the Office of the President within the executive branch. So it does require bear more scrutiny. I would like for our legal counsel, Mr. Levon Henry, to review some of these, and we can make our opposition or agreement to some of the recommended changes. So if you will grant us that time, I would appreciate that. Oh, I hope you heard me.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater. Can I ask a question?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. And again, we haven't formulated any amendments. So that would be something that we would move forward. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, thank you for getting back on the call. You have the teleconference floor, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I'm trying to do double duty with the first day of the National Budget Formulation meeting with IHS, and I appreciate you understanding that, and my colleagues on the committee. Today is just introductory things and updates, so we're not presenting at this time, it appears. My question is, what does bears more scrutiny mean? And then with respect to the legislation, is there a proposition or proposal for Mr. Henry to present to the committee right now? I'm really struggling to understand because the committee hasn't been forwarded any amendments or anything to that effect. So this is coming out of left field.
Honorable Slater, the documents that I'm referring to or bears more scrutiny to is the documents that, excuse me, documents that were submitted by Ms. Marla Billy and the former Ms. Navajos. There were some comments and recommendations that were made. There were some additions or recommendations that were actually made on the plan of operation. I believe that that does require more scrutiny, and it does require, I would like for our legal counsel at the Office of the President and Vice President to do a review of what is proposed. And I do believe that that was forwarded to everybody this morning. And the other thing is I did request for an executive session, and I do realize that it's not my position to request that, but I apologize for that, but I do believe we do require an executive session.
Okay, but what do you mean by bears? I mean, what is the scrutiny? I mean, what are you describing that needs? You're just saying that, like what?
Okay, so the individuals that submitted this document have added some language to the amended plan of operation, the legislation 0221-20. They've added languages to this legislation. And for me, there's additional languages in here. Dene fundamental languages have been added. There's also languages to the purpose of the plan of operation that proposed. There was languages added to the staffing. And then there was some deletions of the previous recommendation that I have made. So you know, with these add-ons, with these recommendations, I do believe that this requires more scrutiny and review, and to make sure that we are in compliance and that these are outcomes that are positive for this department, for this program.
Committee members, Honorable Slater. I guess Ms. Benali basically is implying that the language that the former Miss Navajo title holders submitted, she's implying that the committee has already endorsed it and is ready to go forward with it. And I guess that's something that the committee hasn't even addressed yet. And so her request is kind of out of line. That would be my thoughts, Honorable Slater and committee members.
Yes, Chair. May I be recognized? This is Delegate Slater.
Yes, go ahead, Cecilia. Honorable Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shania. Yeah, I mean, we have an email that makes some recommendations, I guess, from representatives from the Miss Navajo Council and group. None of it has been converted into legislative language or has been converted into anything within the plan of operations. So
That's what I'm needing to know. I'm
Miss Benali, Honorable Slater has the floor.
I apologize.
yeah, I mean, thank you. It's just really difficult to understand what precisely the ask is, because if the program is asking for the legal counsel for the Office of the President and Vice President to review the recommendations, then, I mean, the committee, I'm sure, is welcome and open to that. But that's not something that we will request of an executive branch program right now, and particularly a lawyer who works directly for the President of the Navajo Nation and serves at his pleasure. I mean, that's something that needs to be coordinated from the President's office, not from the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. And in terms of the request for an executive session, I mean, there needs to be a very precise understanding of why it needs to occur in executive session and what information can't be revealed in a public setting.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. And basically, if it was a matter of a client attorney issue or a personnel issue, that would be the basis for the executive session. Committee members, going forward, We also have Ms. Marla Billy on the call and other former Miss Navajo. And since Miss Billy and Miss Angela Barney-Nez had submitted comments, let me give them the opportunity to address the committee. Miss Marla Billy.
Yade she ya Marla Billy and Nisha. Tachi ni nishle non kaden ne bashishin hawantane da shiche so is it da chi da shanale. Auto test now the date nasha. Auto the gender nash nishtan de original de sheholo. Shanale sa ya kasha do shiche do ulkaina shanamish ishle. Auto Shadesto Angela Barney-Nez ishi ari ako siya anong ko based on sa aniki to ari ta isanong aniki email dito Wednesday Tuesday binda nije isla jo yun shadejike to shade the nebit can the knowledge they like a the hashne adi that hiki halit out ban sinke so halit out the sariki netfiat hish to halit out jo to ni a put out a hashne out to not a dish kid a aspo this national a emailing the proposed suggested legislation of just how we interpret and how we see the plan of operation for the office of Miss Navajo. So nihit dinebij a can't nihit nalnish katiya do halit our husband halit on nalnish imda that the question halit out the need the plan of operation linki nalnish a that hiki a bansit so a this national a the put out a strategy the suggested language of what we went through, our experiences, and just what we think might be beneficial to the office for the Miss Navajo Nation, Office of Miss Navajo, and what we think would be helpful in the places that, would work and places that don't work and what we suggest. So that's just what our proposed suggestions are. And I attached the documents because that's what we were requested of from Beshmasa Anigi for Chairman Daniel So, just to, we suggest. So that's just what we're sending, and that's what I emailed yesterday. But I'll send it over to Shade Angie.
Hello, good morning.
Oh, that Angie was the conference floor.
Okay, thank you, Shanant. I dochu yaj ado inda quite sahata idlinigito binda shosnishigito committee members, honorable members. Thank you for letting us provide the input as requested. Angela Barney-Nez ein siedo nanisht agency she ebashis chindo todich in edash chedo tohan edash nala lay to hatch the yan hitch and hash net don't he seems a codida bin I the kitty a O Kwashadeja Marla Yahosnagit respond to the proposed language. So we didn't draw the proposal up on our own. We were responding to what was being proposed. Doing so, it became somewhat difficult. And the last time I talked a little bit about the philosophy of the document. What is it for and why is it being written the way it is? And many of those that are listed on the input from the former title holders, they provided a lot of experience and insight into what they felt was something that would be could be put into our input into this document. So that is the reason, or that is where we came from with our recommendations. Although we did have some there are some things that are philosophically different. One of the main things that we did look at is the purpose of the office and the mission of the office, and then how it's to be staffed, and how the former title holders had their experiences with working within this office was a large part of what they recommended. And some of those recommendations we took and put into the purpose and the overall statement as it's written, as it's proposed. We tried to fit it in. So yes, there are some, again, philosophical, differences in terms of like putting the whole mission statement back in and tying it to an overall enabling legislation, which in this case became the Diné fundamental law. What would be the purpose for the office, and that one of the main things that it seemed to have some consensus from the title holders was that the purpose for the office really needed to be strengthened. We needed a real strong presence for Miss Navajo Nation. We even talked about some things like Miss Diné Nation, that it's time for us to really engage our service as Miss Navajo, support Miss Navajo, so that the nation and its children and its elders and everyone in the nationhood, nation building part of who we are as an Indigenous people. We talked quite a bit about that and how it projects to the outside world, whether it's our own people at the national level or even on an international basis, that we are a people and we have a strong presence of why we are Diné. So anyway, those are kinds of things that we thought as we went through the mission, the purpose, and the staffing. We wanted a little bit stronger technicians working in there to make things that Miss Navajo is to do and the office is to perform to particular kinds of performance measures that we felt like was not very evident in the programs over the years. And that it seemed that there was a lot of shifting of the program, the staff, and the assignments almost intermittently, or without any real notification of its legality or ethical or morally correction of things to do. So we did talk quite a bit about those things. Regarding the responsibility section, we basically supported a lot of the provisions under those, and again, added only things that we felt like could strengthen the program and that could provide stronger support to the program staff and Miss Navajo title holder. And then there were some things that were put in there that we felt like was a little bit stringent, and we wanted to provide some simplicity and some flexibility so that Ms. Navajo can carry out her duties with the support of the staff. So those kind of things are things that we considered. Other things that we thought was a little bit more administrative, we just left it in there. We didn't say, you know, that shouldn't be in the plan of ops. It needed to be administratively done. But we kept with the proposed language and again strengthened it as best that we could. In the attachments, we had the Diné fundamental law as a guide to look at. We also recommended that in strengthening the staffing, that the program supervisor that's being proposed, we looked at all three, program supervisor 1, 2, and 3. And we thought that the credentials that are listed in program supervisor 2 were something that could work really well in terms of cross communication between the legislative and the other branches, the executive branch and so on, including the enterprises, schools, organizations to provide some outreach out to the Navajo people and have a interpersonal communication skill in that area. So we saw that position description and we added it, or we're attaching it because that's the one we're recommending. And then Miss Navajo Nation position description also, we put in there with our concern that it should not be a temporary position, that it should have some one-term allowance for someone in that position, Miss Navajo, to have that position, so that while it's a temporary position, that it still will carry out the duties in case there's things that are needed administratively for a permanent, that call for a permanent position, and that she should get benefits for retirement or so for that 1 year that she serves. And sometimes temporary positions don't allow for that. And then the last attachment that we have is just a whole series of discussions since September, since December, and since January. And a lot of it got put together in a form that we thought could be helpful to anyone that's working with the program. That's basically what I would like to share here, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. And I thank Carletta Benali and also the Office of the Speaker for doing a lot of this follow-up work for trying to update the plan of operation, but we did give it our best shot, and we really appreciate the call for the input from the title holders. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kusila Dosiate. She has a committee members. That basically gives us a situation, kind of a status of what the committee is basically will be looking at which point will Hess develop a report and recommendations. That's before this committee right now. Well, right at this point in time, we've been listening, and so at what point do we then talk about recommendations back to the Hess committee? We fulfill the duties of the assignment by listening to the former title holders, and we've received their input through the email that was sent out this morning. That's where we're at this point in time.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Oh, so go ahead, Honorable Slater, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. I understand the frustration of the program in moving along the legislation and trying to get these changes implemented. The more that this process goes on, it's really difficult to balance all of the needs here and the interests. And to be frank, there's a lot of information, there's a lot of issues that the committee is confronting. And this is just turning into a tit for tat with the responses to the recommendations from the former title holders from the program. I mean, reviewing these responses, and to me, it's really difficult to substantiate the continued operation of this, because I reviewed the testimony that was provided by the Office of Miss Navajo Nation and by Miss Navajo to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission. There was inaccurate information. There were things that were conveyed that were not strengthening to the Navajo Nation's position. And then there were, I think, the peculiar presentation by someone who's not a subject matter expert on the issues that are presented to the commission. And is that the position of a goodwill ambassador, to be making these recommendations or to be presenting this information? Does that strengthen the Navajo Nation's position in instances like that? There was also just a lot of information that was shared on things that were completely unrelated to the subject matter at hand. So, I mean, we need to see value to the nation and to our people through this position. And I think there's immense opportunity for that. But in reviewing the oversight of the program presently and how these responses to the recommendations from are we calling it the Council of Miss Navajos or former Miss Navajos? These are not real responses. I mean, it's claiming certain things as fact. I mean, it's incredibly poorly written. These sentences make no sense. A bunch of them. I don't need to read all of them out loud right now, but this is occupying way too much time from important work that needs to be conducted by the council and by this committee. And I'm starting to think that we need to remove Miss Navajo from direct government control. It should just be its own foundation that maybe receives a grant from the Navajo Nation government and then is expected to conduct fundraising to perform its work. But a bunch of this stuff is just babysitting a Navajo Nation employee. And then we're creating these tit for tat situations between the former title holders and the current office. And it's not positive for the program. It's not positive for the present Miss Navajo. And it's really not positive for the goals of the office and the position of Miss Navajo. So I think there are some valid points that are raised in what Ms. Billy and Ms. Barney Nez have presented and the email that they sent that had the recommendations. But I mean, I'll go point by point. So number one is implement an advisory committee consisting of former Miss Navajo Nation title holders to serve as an oversight committee to the Office of Miss Navajo Nation, advise and guide Miss Navajo Nation, make recommendations in the planning for Miss Navajo Nation pageant. That right now, my position is that there should be, if this is a Navajo Nation government program, the appropriate oversight is whichever oversight is identified within the Navajo Nation laws, and that is the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. And if the executive order places it under the President's office, then that's an appropriate committee. So performing oversight duties as legislative or elected leadership is something that should be reserved for elected leadership. If this were to be an advisory committee, as it is stated in the name, then it would advise the office and maybe make recommendations. But in terms of controlling the office and performing oversight duties, that would be inappropriate and something that I personally will not support at this time. 2, increase the budget for Office of Miss Navajo Nation to support enhanced programming, recruitment of Office of Miss Navajo Nation contestants, media and outreach, and Miss Navajo Nation pageant. This is something that is a legitimate request, but the council and all elected leadership need to see the value that's created by the office. And if inaccurate information is conveyed to, say, the U.S. Civil Rights Commission or other entities, whereby it'd be better to have subject matter experts or elected leadership convey this information, then we need to look at balancing where we're appropriating funding within the government and where we're going to get the maximum value for our people. 3, advisory committee of former Miss Navajo Nation title holders receive a tribal grant from the Navajo Nation to operate Office of Miss Navajo Nation. That's not a complete sentence, so it's really difficult to understand what that means, but it seems to request that the former title holders will operate the Office of Miss Navajo Nation. And that, again, means that all the former title holders will have to become Navajo Nation employees in order to oversee a Navajo Nation program, or it will be removed from Navajo Nation control. And if that's the case, then just by virtue of someone being a former title holder doesn't mean that they are qualified to run the office. I'm sure they have valuable insight to provide to the council or to the conduct of the office, to management. But the purpose of having program supervisors and having a program is that there are policies, procedures, there are ways to handle, adverse actions, and there's real recourse for dispute resolution if you have personnel disputes, if you have contracting disputes, all of those things. So if we were to create a separate entity, there would have to be a really strong proposal in how all the funding would be managed and what the relationship would be to the Navajo Nation. If this were going to turn into some sort of private enterprise with some consent from the Navajo Nation. So that would need to be strengthened if it's a proposal, and we need to have a plan of operations. We would need to have everything. It'd just be like a chapter becoming certified. That takes years and years and years, and it's not something that could be done overnight. 4, establish a fundraising or development position within Office of Miss Navajo Nation or fundraising committee with 2 or 4-year term limits with members consisting of Navajo government officials, former Miss Navajos, Navajo citizens with professional fundraising experience. I think this is a good idea. I think that there should be some sort of donation fund established, and that's something I think the program is willing to work on and develop. In terms of the term limits, there's no justification that's provided in the recommendation for the 2 or 4-year terms. And there should be some thought in what the composition would be and why. In order to have support for a pageant, the committee needs to address whether that should be done with Navajo Nation funding and the very limited general funds that we have, or if it should be through donations. 5, designate a member of Office of Navajo Scholarship to oversee the Miss Navajo Nation Scholarship Fund and provide quarterly reports to Office of Miss Navajo Nation, Navajo Council, and the Advisory Committee. I think we can provide a directive to the scholarship office to have this information presented to us. I don't know if we need to formally designate someone from within the scholarship office to provide that information. But we're talking about one person a year, and then we have an accumulation of, dozens of former Miss Navajos. It seems like it's pretty easy information that could be obtained. 6, develop an Office of Miss Navajo Nation guidebook created from best practices and developed by Office of Miss Navajo Nation with the input from former's Miss Navajo Nation title holders to guide Office of Miss Navajo Nation staff and Miss Navajo Nation. So I think that this is something that's forthcoming according to the program. So there's consensus there. 7, create a database or collect information from Miss Navajo Nation, Office of Miss Navajo Nation, former Miss Navajo Nation title holders. This information can be collected through qualitative and quantitative surveys. The committee really needs to know what sort of data is going to be obtained and why, and what the purpose would be. That's something good, but it's not necessarily something that needs to be elevated to the committee level. 8, develop a study guide for Miss Navajo Nation pageant candidates and contestants so they can meet the minimum qualifications, study and prepare for the Miss Navajo Nation pageant. So I think that, again, that's not necessarily something that needs to be elevated to the committee level. 9, to provide Miss Navajo Nation pageant candidates list of questions to help prepare for Miss Navajo Nation pageant. I don't think that the committee needs to be involved at that level of detail with the pageant and how we should be assessing our Miss Navajo Nations. 10, designate a role for Miss Navajo Nation in the Navajo Nation agency pageants. This role will ensure recruitment of qualified Miss Navajo Nation candidates from across the Navajo Nation. Again, that's one idea. I don't think there's anything that says that the other agency pageants need to be a farm system for Miss Navajos. I think everyone's aware of the office. And then 11 relates to the conduct of Miss Navajo. And I think these are important items, but they really, some of them rub me the wrong way. I mean, to me, I'm just looking at this 11D. She is married or has a common law spouse during her term. E, she becomes pregnant during her term. B, was intoxicated. C, was found in use of possession of alcohol or controlled drugs or substances. Those are things that we have expectations for our employees, but this sort of policing of personal behavior, we're basically chaining someone to the Navajo Nation to say, you can't become pregnant, you can't become married. I understand some of the logic behind that from the past, but it really is an old school way of thinking. And I just really wonder, what does this tell our young women and our young men, that there's these really essentialist understandings of who they are and what value they can provide to the nation, only if they're unmarried, only if they're not pregnant. So some of these items really cause me concern, and I think that is a big holdup from the rest of the delegates who may not be on this committee. Why are we policing young women's behavior, or saying that this is the model for their participation in Navajo society? Can they not fulfill the same purposes and goals of Miss Navajo if they do these things? And the item saying B was intoxicated, someone could have an adverse reaction to perfectly prescribed narcotics from IHS or from their doctor, and they could become intoxicated. I know, are we going to force them to go through the whole grievance and dispute resolution process because of that? Is this just going to encourage people to start trying to compromise the office? It really raises a lot of questions. 12, Office of Miss Navajo Nation should coordinate with other Navajo Nation departments, entities to achieve the Office of Miss Navajo Nation mission. That's a good point. 13, create a contingency plan to host a virtual pageant if an in-person pageant cannot be held. Sounds like that's in place for this year. 14, create Navajo fluency screening process to confirm that Miss Navajo Nation applicants meet a minimum Navajo fluency aptitude prior to the Miss Navajo Nation application deadline. You know, I think if this is an aspirational position and that we want our young people to strive to be fluent, that's good. And I expressed this during the work session that there's a difference between, say, being president or being delegate and being Miss Navajo. But I think we also need to assess if this aligns with the purposes of the office as it relates to being a goodwill ambassador. We're talking about ambassador. Traditionally, that means a relationship between two different sovereigns. And there are really no other sovereigns that communicate with the Navajo Nation in Navajo. Now, if it's internal, then we should reorient the purposes of the office so that it is focused internally to the Navajo Nation. And that's where the language requirement, I think, would be more appropriate. But what we effectively are doing is cutting out the overwhelming majority of our young people from participation or consideration in this office and in this position. The fact of the matter is that the overwhelming majority of our young people do not have any fluency in Navajo. And when we create these sorts of barriers, it makes them feel more isolated from trying to learn. It's not an encouragement because they don't have the resources available to them to immediately become fluent. It's something that takes time. And I think that that's something that really needs to be meditated on. Is this an inclusive process? This isn't an inclusive office? Or is this a position that's going to have a narrower and narrower pool of applicants? And if we look at that concern as to participation in the agency pageants, that's not the reason that we don't have people applying to be Miss Navajo and participating in this process. It really comes down to, I think, some of these requirements and the talent that we're able to attract. So you could have someone who's a really effective advocate for change or for these, say, externally facing purposes, talking about the issues that the Navajo Nation confronts: lack of running water and electricity, increased funding for healthcare services, combating, a lot of the mental health issues that we have among our young people and across the whole nation. Are we creating barriers for getting the most effective advocates out in that end? And then if we're focusing internally, we need to be able to reach our young people if that's what we're trying to do. And again, the purpose is good. The idea is good to encourage Navajo fluency, but by making a requirement, we're not actually creating more fluency. 15, require Miss Navajo Nation candidates to submit a letter received from the fluency screening process in the Miss Navajo Nation application on the deadline of the Miss Navajo Nation application. 16, extend the employment and privileges of outgoing Miss Navajo Nation to 1 week past the end of her reign as a transition period to provide orientation and sharing of best practices to new Miss Navajo Nation, hence creating a smooth transition. I think that this is an interesting concept. 1 week might not be enough, and so it may make sense to extend that period out so that there can be more onboarding. But if we're also going to have former Miss Navajo serve in advisory capacity, in some sort of official advisory capacity to the program, then automatically the former Miss Navajo will be able to fulfill those advisory roles. But if it's a matter of compensation, then I think there needs to be some justification, because the idea is not to have two Miss Navajos at one time. 17 relates to orientation, and I think that is good. There is orientation that takes place. but it can always be strengthened. So, I really appreciate the advice of our former title holders and the work that Ms. Benali has done. My recommendation is that Ms. Benali made the request for review or scrutiny by the legal counsel to the president. And I think in accepting this report, we should issue a directive to the sponsor, so that would be Speaker Damon, to the program supervisor, Ms. Benali, and then I guess this portion, it can't be a directive, but a request to the Office of the President and Vice President, their staff and legal counsel to get together and review these proposed changes by the Office of by the former title holders and come back with a recommendation to the NABI committee. So I guess I'll make that motion at this time in accepting the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Committee members, you heard the presentation by Honorable Vice Chair and a motion to accept the report with some recommendations and directives. As committee members. Oh, Cecilia?
Second, hold on.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika, did you second the motion?
I motion.
Oh, yeah, Honorable Vice Chair, motion to accept the report.
Okay, I'll second then.
Okay, second by Honorable Wanika. Any other comments, questions? Honorable
Mr.
Slater.
Chair. Mr. Chair, this is Angie Barney-Nez. Could I just make one point is that our recommendation to the legislation is in bold and underlined, and that's the one we're recommending to the committee. The one that Honorable Slater is going through were discussion items, and I thought I was clear in saying that those are for considerations of to the administration and the office. So a lot of our concerns and our discussion, we worked into what was being proposed. So I would just like to make the point that we are submitting what is being proposed, what we're being proposed, and that our administrative concerns are only those for information purposes. So if you look at our document that's underlined and bold, that's the one. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Angela Barney-Nez. Ms. Martinez, did you send that particular item?
That was sent out this morning. I think at 10, right after I sent the agenda out. Okay. Uh, 10:21 a.m. Mr. Chair.
Do other committee members have something that's underlined and in bold?
No.
Documents that I have are just, there's two sections. There's a recommendation section, and then there's a concern section.
Yeah, see, that's how come I'm asking.
I'm sorry, there's another email sent out at 9:49 earlier. And then another one at 9:05.
Honorable Slater, do you have those? I don't have it in my email.
You should have 9:05 a.m. email.
What's the title of the attachment?
Forward legislation 221, final comments on Office of Miss Navajo Nation P of O, Plan of Operation. It was sent out by, let's see, Marla Billy, and I forwarded it.
Yes, but what is the name of the attachment?
There's 6 attachments on there. She's probably the first one, final Word document. Then there's recommendations and concerns.
Yeah, again, I mean, none of those documents have underlined or bolded items. The only thing that's bold says concerns and recommendations made by former Miss Navajo Nations by.
Marla.
So I think that's what we're talking about.
Okay, I found it.
If I may, this is Miss Bobroff.
Go ahead, Ms. Bobroff, Legislative Council, Chief Legislative Council.
Thank you. I found the underscored and in bold language on a document that was sent out at 9:05, and it is a Word document. It is labeled Final OMNNP of O. 02.08.21. That may be helpful because I have found it from the 9:05 email. Thank you.
Ms. Bobroff, can you send that one out to the committee right now? Because I've looked through every single email, I mean, including that one. And I mean, I don't know if we need to turn track changes on to see that or what, but it's not showing up with the underlined and bolded actions.
Okay.
Within that,
I will send it out.
Within Honorable Slater, within that email, one that's the subject is forward legislation. It's a Word document. It says the title of that word is Final OM 0821 Docs, and it shows 36 KB, and it's one of the 6 that had been forwarded. I found it. So respective of that, committee members, it seems like we would have to schedule a another work session to come up with recommendations and a report back to NABI. And perhaps at that time we can look at that particular document. Or if the committee wants to address it now, that's fine.
Chair, I'm trying to review that document now. If you give me a moment.
Sure.
Can I ask a question, Ms. Benali?
Chair Halona?
Okay, Ms. Benali, there's a question that Honorable Slater wants to ask, and then Honorable Slater, that's addressed to Ms. Carletta Benali.
Yes, Chair.
Ms. Carletta Benali.
Ms. Benali, have you reviewed this document? I know you provided responses to the concerns and recommendations, and then there's another one that's titled Final OMNNP of O02.08.21. And so it looks like there's underscored and in bold suggested language there.
Ms. Benali? Going once?
Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Your question and my response to that is the documents that were forwarded, I received them, and yes, I did get a chance to review, but I have not addressed any of the issues. I have not completely researched as to how it's applicable and what the benefits are going to be for this program. And one thing that's in there that really is something that I would, I apologize, but I would just outright object to the advisory committee that's being requested, because this is just not going to be a beneficial for this office. I do believe that we have our guidance from our leader, the chief of staff, guidance from the president and vice president. We also received guidance from first lady and second lady. So there's an advisory committee that they want to formulate, and that's one thing that I just foresee this as another one of those bureaucratic systems that would cause that barrier to getting anything accomplished by this program for the reigning Miss Navajos and all the future Miss Navajos. We would go through this advisory council, we would have to answer to this advisory council, and I just don't foresee that as a benefit for this program. On top of that, they're requesting compensation that was suggested, and this program does not receive funding. We're barely operating on $200,000 on an annual basis. 80% of those funds are in personnel. 20% is reserved for operating. And I just don't see how it's beneficial to implement an advisory council when we already have advisory individuals within the office of the president and vice president. They give us guidance when we have issues, when we need to address issues. We get a lot of supports from a lot of our division directors. They really give guidance, solid guidance, and it's just not suitable. It was something that I would not recommend, and that probably I wouldn't want the HESI to be agreeing on this. It's just not suitable for this office at this time. So I would like to see and would appreciate it if I was allowed the chance, and I appreciate your motion on this, to have an opportunity to review this with the Office of the President and Vice President's legal counsel on some of these proposed changes. And one of the things that you really you hit on is the code of conduct. In the past, it's been expressed by council members to open this competition and make it available for everybody. If this is passed or recommended, I just foresee issues. One of the issues that I see is that the candidate must, and this is what 2B, 3 letters of recommendation was recommended from any of the following chapter official. Clergy is actually crossed out, and inserted is spiritual leader, academic counselor, community leaders, and or a professional. Now, if you look back to what was provided in the fundamental laws, we're actually, if by crossing out clergy and just inserting spiritual leader, we're already violating the Dene fundamental law under the terms of section, I can find it, I'm sorry. It's already violating one of the recommendations under this fundamental law. And I don't agree with what's crossed out. I do agree with what's added. I appreciate that. But if you look at the fundamental law, Dene traditional law declares and teaches that. And you go down to I'm sorry. Item under section 3, if you go down to I, Dene and the government must always respect the spiritual belief and practice of any person and allow for the input and contribution of any religion to the maintenance of moral society and government. If we're really wanting to go by this Dene law, then we cannot exclude other people's beliefs. And by eliminating, by crossing out the clergy, you're already violating the fundamental law in that sense. And then the other is there's proof of candidacy. All this information here that's listed, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, they all have sensitive material information, date of birth, the gender, all of that information is sensitive information. So it's important that we revisit those to make sure. I mean, why do we need to know the Navajo Nation voters registration? Is that to determine whether they're a Democrat or a Republican? What is the purpose of that? And, you know, I don't mind a copy of a high school diploma or a GED. The valid driver's license is fine, but I think I already have it listed further above. Background checks is okay, but then again, that's still sensitive information. So a lot of this sensitive information are listed in here. And how does that impact the candidates? How does that leave them room to, does that encourage our youth to consider running for this title? And that's what we want. That's what we need. And by listing these, some of them are probably considering running when they're 17, but they're not a voter. They haven't gotten their voter's registration. Some of our youth are that independent. Some of them are requesting to be recognized as an adult as early as the age of 16 or 17. And do we not consider them because they're not enrolled or voters, they don't have a voter's registration, or that they don't have a valid driver's license at this time because they're technically underage and they probably have a learner's permit? So these are just items that I would like a chance to review with our legal counsel under the office of the president and vice president. I hope, hello? I'm sorry, it's kind
Okay,
of
thank you, Ms. Benali. And just understand that this committee is affording you a little bit extra leeway when a legislation is presented to a committee. The agent only answers questions and doesn't give a yay or a nay to specific parts of what is presented. So just understand that. And I guess the other is the committee doesn't need to issue a directive. What's been presented to this committee through the email and through adhering to the NABI's direction. And since we are in a public meeting, all of this documents that are presented is now public information. So understand that, and we're not, cloaked in a executive session. So if you wish to have OPVP speak to this issue, then that's your prerogative. Understand that.
Thank you, Chairman.
committee members, again, at some point in time, we have to put together a report and recommendations. Originally, we had scheduled February 15th, but since that was a Navajo Nation holiday, when shall the committee convene to address a report back to NABI and to put together recommendations on what we've received, what's presented by Miss Marla Billy and Miss Angela Barney-Nez fulfills the actual requirements of the directive from NABI, Navikia Kit Committee. And so that what they've recommended is foremost to what this committee has to consider. With that, we have a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Slater and a second by Honorable Edison Wanika to accept the report.
Judge Halona?
Oh, Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'd like to make a request to the motioning party so that, I think the 15th you said was a holiday. Could we move it to the 16th? February?
Honorable Slater and Honorable Wanika.
Wait, is that for the completion of the report, or I'm confused about what the request is?
Honorable Halona.
To continue, Chair, to continue the work session so we can complete this program. You know, I didn't see that Ms. Martinez, that she sent that material out this morning, and I didn't read all of what the recommendations were. So I think we want to, if we have to, we could have gone on recess so we could at least read it and then we could address it today. But I think we could do it on the 16th if we have another work session to continue. Make a decision then. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Honorable Vice Chair and Honorable Vice Chair Slater, Honorable Edison Wanika. You hear the request of Honorable Halona.
This is Wanika. It's okay with me. Chair, do you hear Honorable Wanika?
Yes. Thank you, Cicilla. Honorable Wanika, Honorable Slater, back to you.
Okay, so we're saying we're going to have another work session on the 15th? Is that right?
Per Halona's request, the 16th.
Oh, the 16th, sorry. Can you give me 1 second to look at my schedule?
Yes, Honorable Wanika has already consented. Honorable Slater? To accept the report?
I'll consent to that, but I'm just gonna let the committee know right now that I'm like quadruple booked that day. So
again, if you are, because you have and then the 17th is the regular committee meeting. And then the 18th is, I think, an open date.
I'd recommend the 18th. And then that would give a little more time for any sort of internal coordination between Office of Miss Navajo Nation Program Supervisor and OPVP and whatever legal review needs to take place based off the recommendations that have been provided.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Honorable Wanika, the 18th, Otto Halona, FYI, the 18th.
Chair Salona, that's fine with me on the 18th.
It's okay with me too. This is Monica.
Mr. Manuel Rico, you're on the call still. Is that a NABI meeting? Napiate?
Absolutely.
Or Ms. Martinez?
Is it Moses?
According to the schedule from speakers.
Leonard, do you know if that's a NABI day? Mr. Chair, on the Wednesday, your regular meeting for the 17th, you have a short agenda that day. There's no legislation coming through yet for the heads to consider.
Chair, could we request for a special meeting or to amend our agenda to start at 9 a.m. and have a regular meeting in the morning, try to wrap up by 12 or 1, and then at 1 we could go into a work session on the 17th?
Yes, we can actually do that, yes.
You're out over there. I'll be on the 25th.
You could do it on the 17th, too.
Well, I'll be my
17th is a regular HES meeting, and now we have a discussion point of starting at 9 o'clock in the special or the regular meeting at noon, and then start the work session on the plan of operation, recommendation, and report back to Nakia.
I'll be like this. When he called, I don't have any problems with that.
Okay, the 17th.
So,
okay. Motioning party and second, they've amended their motion to accept the report as well to request for special approval to start the HES committee meeting at 9 a.m. and then to schedule a work session on the afternoon of the 17th to basically compile recommendation and report respective of the Miss Navajo plan of operation.
Mr. Chair, I heard special meeting by Honorable Slater. So it's a work session?
It's a work session, yes.
What time?
1 p.m.
There you go. What are you asking for? Yeah, 1 o'clock.
do it 9, and then we'll see how many legislations get added on, because it's a long ways away. Somebody's gonna be putting legislations on.
I knew we can eat at the restaurant. Committee members, if there's consensus, I'm going to call for the roll call vote.
Repeat the date.
Should say, Mr. Leonard moves the roll call vote.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. We appreciate the vote and the discussion. Otto, Ms. Carletta Benali, Ms. Marla Billy, Ms. Angela Barney-Nez, thank you for being on the call. And I don't know if there was other Ms. Navajo folks, but thank you for joining our call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Priscilla.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Priscilla, Ms. Marla Billy, thank you for participating in this issue. Otto legislative staff, speaker staff, thank you. We made some, I guess, a giant step. Now the work is back with the committee. We put together a report and recommendations. Now, I lost my document.
Chair, I believe that we have nothing under old business and then 7 new business. It says other consideration to schedule a special meeting with Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission on February 25th or February 26th.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Yes, in consultation with Executive Director of the Human Rights Commission, we identified these 2 dates, but I believe February 25 is a Nabikia committee meeting. And so we just need to nail down then February 26th. That's I believe that's a Friday. And the basic items that we would be discussing is the book, the Roan Horse book, the aspect of the elderly care centers, of where we need their to ask if they would use their investigative powers to go interact with the off-reservation elderly care centers. And there was a third item, and I don't recall it. I don't have my, and the committee members helped me with that. But those two items are foremost.
Chair, I don't know if this is the item you're referring to, but I think we discussed among ourselves, and I can't remember who made us aware, maybe it was yourself, Chair, trying to work on accessing state or county alcohol tax revenues to support detox, rehab, and treatment for those confronting, substance abuse issues.
Yes.
Or dependencies.
Yes. Thank you. And even the possibility of sales taxes. Yes, those are the third item. Thank you. And John, so those are the three items that we would basically be meeting with the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission. So based on this vote, and I think Mr. Gorman has got staff listening in to schedule that on their site, but they preferred Friday also. With Ayla, so if we could just nail it down with a motion and a second, and then the vote.
Motion, Wanika.
Second.
Slater. Honorable Edison Wanika makes the motion to conduct the special meeting with the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission for February 26th. Second by Honorable Carl Slater. With that, Honorable Shache, Leonard Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Carl Slater Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edson J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edson J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Chair, I vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. And let the record show the chair did not vote. That brings us to close of meeting. Announcements, committee members, do you have any announcements? And then
Special session Friday. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay. We have not Nabikiat hit tomorrow. Navajo Nation Council special session Friday. And then on the 15th, we have President's Day holiday. With AILA committee members. With that, the chair is open for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Monica.
Thank you. Oh, hey, before I recognize this motion, Shache, how do you vote on scheduling that meeting for February 26th?
We're still having trouble getting kicked off every now and then. Yes, vote green. Thank you.
Okay. Committee members, with Honorable Begay's with Honorable Begay's vote, let the record show that scheduling a meeting with Human Rights Commission, there's a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. To close of meeting, we have a motion by Honorable Paul Begay.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika and Honorable Paul Begay second, sir.
Okay, thank you, Shache, Mr. Mose, for keeping me in order. With that, no debate, no discussion. Roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Carl Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Adjourned at 2:05 p.m.
Thank you. And committee members, take care of yourselves, wear your mask, maybe even double mask. And we'll meet again tomorrow for Nobby. We are adjourned. Hook on that.